Welcome back to the Library of Lore. Tonight we're going to be trying a new game. I think it actually is relatively new, but it's definitely new for our channel. It's called The Roottrees Are Dead. It's a mystery game. We're going to have to figure out who their relatives are because they were worth billions, and that money needs to be distributed according to the wishes of their rather eccentric ancestor. So let's get right into it. The Roottrees are dead. The mystery begins here. Roottree Mania. This mystery will unlock once you finish The Roottrees Are Dead. Okay. Oh wow, nostalgia. A 90s style progress bar. Gotta love it. All right. December 6th, 1998.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
Rip them. Okay. Hello?
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees Company's lawyers are scrambling.
Oh no. Okay.
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
Okay. Who are you?
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were.
I asked who you are, not who I am. I know who I am.
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Okay, but who are you? Complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. Siblings are in birth order, oldest to youngest. Examine my evidence. Search the internet for clues. Fill in the names and sleuth. Fill in the occupations. Fill in the photos. Okay, so we've got one of them here who has a spouse. They are married. Unknown name, unknown occupation, unknown name, unknown occupation, and same. Okay, we've got a list of names. Got milk picture. The person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot of the Roottrees sisters Got Milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're reading. Being a Roottree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." This list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. Okay, so we have a list of women, including unknown surname Eloise, probably Eloise. And then it goes to a list of men. All right. Text items. Show everything. Okay, so let's look for Roottrees first. Presumably, they would be among this list. We don't need to consider the men. So we've got Candy Roottrees, Carly Roottrees, Gwendolyn Roottrees, Gwyn Roottrees, Christina Roottrees, Lauren Roottrees, Margalite. This is going to expose a lot of words I've never had to say out loud before. Margalite Roottrees, November Roottrees, Raina Roottrees, Riley Roottrees, Samantha Roottrees, and Tessa Roottrees. Oh wow, they use the real sound. I love it. Spider search. You can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottrees sisters' modeling careers. Hey, Planet Kitties, enjoy your lurk. It's good to see you. You also come across an unofficial Roottrees fan site seemingly curated by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes, webmaster. Is it? Okay, hang on a second here. How's this? That actually was set a bit higher than I typically like to have it. I don't know how that happened. I apologize. Raina is the most famous because she's the oldest. Okay. Hey, you bring light in. I've only just barely begun, but I'm enjoying the start of it so far. I like the music. It's really good. Raina is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS. That would be Thomas Sheridan. But Riley is the smart one. Rose is a middle child like me. Okay. Wait, what's the spelling on that? Rose. Oh, that's interesting. I guess it may be a nickname? Riley's the smart one, Rose is a middle child like me. You might think they are rich just because they are models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company, and their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand, Root. Okay, hang on a second. I guess we're not concerned with their parents at this point for this purpose. I eat Roottrees candy all the time. How's everybody doing today, by the way? I hope you're all doing well. I eat Roottrees candy all the time. My favorite are maple crisps, so that does sound good. And I try to dress in plaid root clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. The website's author continues to talk about her own life and what she likes about the route. Fashion lines, but none of it is relevant. Okay. Rose Roottrees is not as popular as her older sister Raina, but still very well known. Most of the time they're lumped together as the Roottrees sisters. Unfortunately, the results for Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than when searching for the sisters together. If someone isn't in the list of names that your employer provided, doing a deeper dive on what you learn about them will often lead to additional discoveries. A good research tip is to make note of any brand names, books, product lines, or magazines that you don't recognize and search for them. These searches will sometimes help directly. Even when they don't, you'll usually get additional context. Root. The period is part of the name, is a clothing company. They make clothes for children from toddlers to teenagers. Although their website is down, likely due to increased web traffic, you find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes towards the target audience. One of them has this to say: "You've spied the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, or Raina." You also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently Root has released 2 catalogs per year every year since 1984, and Raina appeared on almost all of them. There is only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Roottrees, the Roottrees sisters' mother and Root's head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. The site says that this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Roottrees. Nailed it. Fill in the photos. Okay, there was actually information about this, the appearance in the previous search. Raina's the most famous because she's oldest and got married to TMS, but Riley's the smart one, Rose is the middle child, just because they're models. They do the modeling for her brand Root. I eat Root Tree candy all the time, and try to dress in plaid Root clothes like Riley does. So this is Riley. You don't have any portraits available to add to the family tree. To get started, click on Faces on your Evidence tab. Okay. I can drop it down a touch more. This is supposed to be a kind of a chill, relaxing game. Let me know if that's too low. I can bump it up a little bit more. But thank you for letting me know. Okay. No problem, kiddies. Ears pierced like Rose. So that would be Rose. Wait a second. No, Carly. Okay, so yeah, that's Carly, aka Rose. And that means this one has to be Raina. Well done. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. You've also locked the following additional entry, Thomas Sheridan. I love this.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
You still haven't told me who you are, ma'am.
The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The Roottrees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives. Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Okay, interesting.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees. Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Are you spying on my computer? Do you have malware?
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
How could I mention you were here? I don't know who you are. Okay. 1908. Interesting. Okay, so these are the 3 that died. Well, three of the ones who died. We've got Thomas Sheridan. Now, what did we have about the mother? Let's see what else we've got here, first of all. Notable Roottrees. This is a list of notable Roottrees. The person who hired you gave you this list and said everyone on it can be found easily via your search engine. So we've got the Roottrees sisters, that's already done, that was our test. There's Carl Roottrie, Elias and Gwyneth Roottrie, Wynne Roottrie, Red Roottrie, we'll have to figure out the real name, Jim Roottrie, Lauren Roottrie, and Miracle Jr. Any entry on the family tree that belongs to someone on this list will be marked with a star. Notable Roottrees will be crossed out after they are verified and logged. Okay, notable Roottrees, the Roottree sisters, Carl, Elias, and Gwyneth. Okay, yeah, so these 2 are connected, presumably a married couple. Either that, or they could be a brother and sister. Gwyn, Red, Jim, Lauren, Miracle Jr., easy to find online. Got it. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that the 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. So there's Strawberry Power Plum, Cool Chocolate, Bad Blue Raspberry, Awesome Apple. There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Maybe that's why kids still love them. Radical new flavors because it's no longer... I was hoping to clear that, but okay. Intuition. You've been in this line of work a long time. So long, in fact, you've developed a 6th sense for how useful your evidence can be. The numbers in a magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. At the start of your search, the notables list sets off alarm bells. A list of famous people that you can find by a search engine is pretty rare to get something that useful. best take advantage of it. As you progress, these numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list and old evidence will become less useful. Trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Often the most satisfying revelations come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Sometimes the reason certain evidence has such high value is because it can lead to finding more evidence. You may be missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Okay. Can we move? No. No. Okay, that's fine. Oh, here. That's perfect. What even is an elderberry anyway? It's a berry that is getting on the older side, but it hasn't actually started to spoil yet. The story so far. The Roottrees sisters and their parents died in a plane crash on December 6, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. This included a list of notable Roottrees who they said would be the easiest family members to place. They said they would return in the time it took to fill out 6 more blood relatives. Well, okay. Let's start with our list then. Carl Roottree. Carl Roottrees died in the recent plane crash along with his wife Brenda Roottrees and their daughters, the Roottrees sisters. Okay, so we got 2 good pieces of info here. Wait a second, didn't we? He was president of the Roottrees Candy Company. I'm gonna assume he was the 5th. Once you verify this person, it's with a heavy heart that we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, the Roottrees sisters, and the other employees that perished in the terrible tragedy. The entire Roottrees family is in shock and requesting privacy at this time. As the head of our company, Carl was an incredible man and an unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. In the interim, we hope that you join us in looking back fondly on Carl and his family's triumphs and accomplishments. They go on to list some of those accomplishments. One of them seems relevant to your search. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year title. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on employees, CEOs, companies, CEOs, and the economy. They have been around for over 100 years in one form or another and will often write about major changes in management at famous companies. Every year they offer an award to a prominent businessman who has furthered the field. They call this Watchman of the Year. You find through a few searches that 2 Roottrees have been featured as Watchmen of the Year, Elias Roottrees and Carl Roottrees. Business Watch does not post any online archives on any site you can find via spider search, though you may be able to find individual articles and issues through your periodical search. Okay, great-grandfather. Oh, it's already got things here. Business Watch has awarded Watchman of the Year to many people throughout the years. Every 10 years they publish the full list again. You search through the most recent list and the only names you recognize are Elias Roottrees in 1936 and Carl Roottrees in 1987. Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer, or burn a music CD to listen to later. If you want to revisit a search history, be sure to use Netscape Explorer's new history feature. Happy surfing, and remember, Cashew PCs are delicious. Cashew PCs are inedible. Do not try to eat your computer. Why do I keep typing this wrong? Elias Roottrees was the founder and first president of the Roottrees Candy Company. You find what is essentially a propaganda site about him created by the Roottrees Candy Company. At the top, there is a picture of him and his wife Gwyneth. That picture has been added to your evidence. Nice. Oh, I don't know which Gwyneth it is. There's also a biography section that has some additional information. Elias is credited for inventing 5 pieces, a popular maple candy. Before that, the farm he inherited by marrying his wife. Okay, that might be a way of locating her surname. Only produced syrup. After 5 pieces became wildly successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He is quoted on the site as saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and that any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy." The site enthusiastically claims that he made good on that promise, but offers no additional detail. There are a few more quotes about Elias from a book called Family Man, The Roottrees Legacy by Bess Williams. To say they are biased is a massive understatement. Bess Williams. It actually works with control and copy. I love it. Or like, copy and paste. Oh, wait, that's Bess Williams. Published in 1920, hardcover, non-fiction anthology. An old book about Elias Roottrees. There's no downloadable version available because the book is impossible to find these days. Below that, there is a long list of accomplishments and awards, and one stands out. Like his great-grandson Carl, Elias was voted Watchman of the Year. Okay. You find some information on a website for the first Anderson maple farm. There we go. Gwyneth Anderson. There are oh, excuse me, guys. There are a few pictures, including a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth. That photo was added to your evidence. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottrees was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson maple farm, so long as she married. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores to this day. Though the Roottrees Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm, it has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. So, I guess she was a farmer, technically. We can always give that a try. Probably wasn't the president as such. Maybe the founder? There's no founder option. Media mogul? No. No, I'm gonna stick with first president for now. It may be wrong, but we can always figure that out later. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. Let's refocus on Carl, I think. Roottrees Candy Company. Mixed in with the recent news of the plane crash, there are a lot of results of the Roottrees' extremely popular candy products. Their official website is unstable due to the traffic it has been receiving. However, you find a direct link to the history section that manages to work momentarily. The Roottrees Candy Company was founded by Elias Roottrees shortly after he married his wife Gwyneth, whose family owned a small farm called the Anderson Maple Farm. For reasons that aren't explained on the page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it's run by a president with input and votes from the extended family. The site does mention that every president has been a direct descendant of Elias and Gwyneth, including Carl Roottrees, who, despite his death, is listed as the current president. The product that put them on the map were 5 pieces, maple candies with 5 different flavors that are dipped in a crispy, crackly candy coating. Since then, they have branched out to countless other products, all of which incorporate maple in some way. Their sister company, simply titled Root, specializes in children's clothing. The primary models for Root are the Roottrees sisters. Oh, it's going good, Pragma. How are you doing? Okay, that's primarily about the sisters. We don't want them. And various candy history sites, you learn that 5 pieces of the iconic candy sold by the Roottrees Candy Company. Okay, iconic was not used nearly as often back then. I have to ding them for that. Should have been classic. The classic candy sold by the Roottrees Candy Company. Although they are no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. 5 pieces are small, colorful, shell-coated maple candies that, since the late 20s, have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf, although they usually have the one flavor that looks more like a berry. As tastes have changed over the years, so have the 5 flavors, but the shape and combination with maple have remained consistent. There's also a history of print advertising website that claims to have a 5 pieces advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Unfortunately, when you click through the website, it seems like all of their image links are broken. The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Published in 1985, hardcover history advertising nonfiction. I'm glad to hear you're doing all right, Bragma. This is part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. It includes some print advertisements. You find a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from the 1930s, added to evidence. This advertisement in The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2 by Charles Lee. It's from 1928, 6 years after the debut of 5 pieces. It states that the flavors are inspired by their children, and the order is grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and the newest flavor, miracle berry. Drop it down a little, Cleric, but it may be just you. I was told that it was good. How is this? Hopefully that's better. I wonder if, let's see, a modern candy. 5 different maple-infused flavors. The Roottrees are a proud family business, and our flavors are inspired by our children. I wonder if this has some connection to the children's names. G, E, C, E, M, and M. Again, for Miracle Berry, which is probably Miracle Baby in some way. Miracle Roottrees. Website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottrees estate. It's quite bare bones, but has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's Roottree. Miracle Roottrees arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems. But still, with the power of God on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle Roottrees Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottrees name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. By the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across across the entirety of New England. He has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. The power of the Lord coming to a town near you. Below the blurb is a flyer about the tour, which is in your evidence. Hey, Greenie, how's it going? Summer 96, 3 Generations of Miracles Tour, featuring testimony from the world-famous Miracle Jr. and a special appearance from Miracle Roottrees in his 68th year on God's earth. Children now welcome, celebrate with your pastor Miracle III and his wife Nicole. Okay. Got Nicole Madsen and Nicole Smith. We don't know who that is. Probably a media mogul, but we'll have to figure that one. Still overpowering. Alright. How's this? Hey, Calvin Ray. Roottrees Miracle III. Okay, this guy's going to be hard to search for. Maybe we'll try Miracle Jr. first. Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name in promotional materials. Instead, he has shortened it to Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. is a televangelist. Oh, I wonder if that's a recognized profession in this. No, it's not. I'm going to stick with Media Mogul for now. Who is part of the Miracle Network. He used to have a show that aired on local airways across many stations in the northeastern United States. According to a website called Clergy Watch, he was exposed and subsequently charged sorry guys, with conspiracy to defraud the public in 1979 when he claimed to heal someone in a wheelchair. A news expose revealed it was his wife Edith's sister in a disguise. Okay, hang on a second. The author also mentions that Edith had a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. He has since lost his television show and instead goes on tour across the southern United States, where he was not well known before the scandal. Okay, Edith... What was her name again? Edith Jacobson. You find a link that seems to be a partial and corrupted list of archived articles from the Butler County Times. The article is cut off, but it mentions an Edith Jacobson and an arrest. You might be able to find the article somewhere else. Okay, so that's just the same summary we just got. You find a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottrees estate. It's quite bare bones, but has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's Roottrees. Miracle Roottrees arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. How's the volume level now, folks? With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless... Okay, we've already... We read all this. That didn't help much. However, this gives us another name. Miracle Roottrees Estate. No, that's not helpful. Okay. Miracle's Roottrees. The plural of multiple people named Miracle Roottrees is Miracle's Roottrees, because pluralizing things like that is fun. New England. Nothing relevant. I'm not surprised. How's this? I can now barely hear that there is any audio in the game at all. Okay, let me see. Okay, hang on. I can fix this. Let me just turn that off for a moment. I'm going to put this back up to where that should be. We're going to drop that way the hell down. And maybe put this to here. How's this? Any better? Type on the computer to be sure. Okay. Much better by music? Okay. Sorry, I don't know why I didn't go straight to the audio menu of the game. Okay, thank you guys. I know you don't want to be annoying, but you can always just speak up and say, no, hey, that's not actually enough yet. Keep going. It's fine. I would rather know. first few pages are filled with news results about the plane crash. Besides that, there are countless advertisements and conversations about the various products made by the Roottrees Candy Company. Most articles mention Carl Roottrees, who was the president of the Roottrees Candy Company. His daughters are also eulogized, collectively referred to as the Roottrees sisters. They've been famous from a very early age. We don't have a photo of Carl, do we? We just have this photo of the sisters. These are more distant relatives. The great-great-grandparents. No, so we don't have a photo of Carl yet. Okay, who on here is considered notable? Carl is notable.
Ad break coming up in approximately 3 minutes.
Carl's parents weren't notable, which is a little unfortunate, perhaps. And you heard the lady, folks. In about 3.5 minutes, we'll be taking our first break of the evening. I think we'll start investigating some of these other guys. So we've already done Carl, we've done Elias and Gwyneth. We haven't verified any of them yet, so there may be some stuff that we've gotten wrong. Let's look up Gwyn Roottrees. You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Gwyn Roottrees is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwyn from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you've added to evidence. Did you know trivia? Gwyn was the granddaughter of Elias Roottrees, the founder of Roottrees Candy. She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare in those days. Okay, that's interesting to know. Her father took her mother's famous name, which was rare in those days. This photo is a widely circulated photo of Gwyn Roottrees. You have seen it on multiple websites about old films. Gwyn Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. She will be marked on the chart with a star. And we know that she is the granddaughter of Elias. So she will be on this level of the tree. So she could potentially be here. Or here. But not out here. Can I tell you something that will help immensely that isn't told you by the game? Sure, Cleric, what's going on? It happens on occasion, Cleric. It's pretty rare, but it does happen. Unknown name, unknown name. Yeah, this... It's not much to help us figure out what part of the tree she belongs in. Guys Like Us. You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized, etc., etc. Guys Like Us is a 1953 film in which two secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client and hilarity ensues. Starring Gwyn Roottrees, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Lane. The title is a play on words, as it can be read that the two women are men similar to other men, or that the men are fond of them. Oh, I've already kind of worked that out, I think. Or did I? Ooh, you know what? You're right. Nothing relevant to your investigation was found. Okay. Okay, well, that's still very good to know. Thank you. And now I have to take the break. Oh, crap. Wolf. Tornado outbreak. Great. Just what we needed. A fast-moving line of storms gallop across the darkening summer sky, with tornadoes ominously forming underneath. We're certainly getting a tour of the variety of natural disasters that can happen in the game. Unlocked eel trap. Eels are a reliable source of food if not overfished. Unlocks more stuff. Requires shoreline. Do we have to? I don't love the prospect of eels.
Organic life form detected near designated work area. All robot personnel attempt to remove.
Okay, I'm backing off. I'm backing off. No problem. Ah! 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 Retreating. Going away. Carry on. I apparently don't know anything about playing space games. Well, you're not going to learn by quitting. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Yeah, so we're going to have to relaunch the game. It crashed on me, which, like I said in chat, maybe for the best, given how badly I mucked up that takeoff. So... Oh, she's not dead. Interesting.
Just some routine, controlled demolition, nothing to be concerned with. Like the fact that some armed man just took away my cell phone.
Best idea of that
Viva
all day.
Medici.
Oops. Well, I guess I didn't really need that helicopter specifically.
Get to the top and secure Gaia. I'll stop Gerard.
Oh my God. Well.
What's the meaning of this interruption? Jarl Balgrup is not receiving visitors.
I have news from Helgen. Oh my God. Thank you, Greenie.
Well, that explains why the guards let you in. Come on then. The Jarl will want to speak to you personally.
Now I'm gone.
That was not the Jarl's cheese.
Stop right there.
Yes, I am Lokias, your wolf god, and now you may take my oath. Abandon your humanity, my boy, and be blessed as wolfkind. It feels like coming home. Transformation? Or oaths? Don't be a flapping fool, Timon. Timon kneels, and beneath him a green light pools. Dandelions rise yellow out of the sparse wind-scraped dirt. They grow old and white, throw their seeds, then wilt to nothing. The god rock he kneels upon hums. It cracks somewhere inside. A geode of understanding splits and catches light. Beneath the earth and behind his eyes. Timon! Ah, no, no, ah. Oh God, no! What the hell? Did that thing just accidentally help me?
Oh, I must have dozed off. I thought you were my blathering old man Cooper.
Okay. The coffee really helped. I feel so much better.
Hey, I don't mean to offend, but sand fishing's a good way to get your sand legs. And like I said, no offense, but I reckon you can use some toughening up.
I was drinking coffee. Gee, it's judgy.
You're a city slicker, ain't ya? Well, don't you...
This is a bit of a problem. It's not likely to explode very satisfactorily. So I don't think we have any choice. Oh! Never mind. Oh, you are so lucky. And holy crap, that ragdoll. Traffic simulation is a tough nut to crack, though, for a game that has to track so much else at the same time. Nice. Maybe we need to sacrifice a little bit of cheese.
You fool! You've given cheese to a lactose-intolerant volcano god. Do you know what that means? You brought about the coming of the divine dysentery. Run for your lives!
Nice.
Wow, that was more spectacular than I'd hoped.
I don't know about you. Myself, I'm not expecting this to all be over until about 18 months from now. Maybe 17 now. Think you got him? That was close. Bobby, thank you so much for the follow, man. I appreciate that. Oh, there's more than one of them. I think one of them just took a flying leap off that tower. Oh. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that, guys. Christmas mission. Thank you, Cleric. Christmas Mission is on a page called Flops. It was a war movie about World War I released in 1955 that received poor reviews and lost the studio money. Gwyn Roottrees had a role as a soldier's wife who wrote him letters from home. You find no additional relevant information. Did you know trivia? The movie was marketed as an incredible true story, but no record of the events happening has ever been found. Highly publicized divorce. By searching for variations of Gwyn Roottrees, you come across some mentions of a marriage to Wild Bill Williams. They divorced before the birth of her second child. Okay, so she had 2 children. Well, minimum 2 children, but 2 that we know of. That would appear to rule out this one, but makes this one a likely candidate. Yeah, split up. Okay, so that's her. That's for sure her. What was the name of the spouse again? Williams. Unless maybe that's a stage name. You find some information. Well, Bill Williams was the leading man of some non-notable movies in the 50s. He appeared in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave, which has yet to be released for home audiences. You don't find any additional information about that film. He was known for his good looks and off-screen romances, specifically with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party and that she was already aware of his reputation. While Bill grew up in Paris, France, he returned there often. Thank you, Kellenray. Okay, that's the same information we just got. Well, let's consult our list again. No, wrong list. So we've begun with Carl Roottrees, Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees, and Gwyn Roottrees. Let's look up Red Roottrees. You find information on a website about strange historical facts. Aloysius, I have no idea how to pronounce that, Herring Roottrees, aka Red, was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottrees Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. And yet he's considered to be a notable member of the family. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Let's try Jim Roottrees next. We'll circle back around to Red. James Roottrees is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' On Down to the City. It's now in your evidence folder. Although Jim writes the majority of songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but has its fans who refer to themselves as Diamond Stazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse and hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. As seen in MMM, only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make disco this sweet. Peter Janowitz, MMM. So, great-great-grandson. Or no, sorry, great-grandson. That puts him on a specific row in the family tree. So, he's down around here somewhere. One generation up from the sisters. Which means he could be either of these two. Well, actually, no. I guess it means he has to be this one, doesn't it? Because we know he's not their father. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. You've also locked the following additional entries. Excellent. So we have to get 3 more locked, and then we'll learn some more from Mystery Lady. So we got Gwyn right. Interesting that this guy's not locked. Is he not a medium mogul? Let's see what he is. It could be that the photo is wrong. Not sure. The spouse is locked, though. That part is good. I don't know. We'll keep working on them. Oh, okay. Anyway. Lauren Roottrees. Author Lauren Roottrees, a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters, is known for her book A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name, Lauren Rafferty, to little fanfare. When her publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottrees, to take advantage of her family's notoriety. What do I have as Gwyneth's job? I think she's just listed as a farmer at the moment. I'm not too worried about that yet. I'll circle back to that one. The selection of diary entries released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with the post-World War as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialites all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style and for a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottrees. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. She followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans referred to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. Okay, first and foremost, published 1965, hardcover student edition, republished 1993, nonfiction. It seems you've hit the jackpot here. This is a book occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover edition for students that has full-page, high-quality pictures in it. A summary of the contents of the book, photos, as well as some particularly relevant entries from the diary have been added to your evidence. 7 new entries, not bad. A Life Between Wars. Excerpts from the Diaries of a Roottrees. Schoolbound Publishing. Lauren Roottrees captures... Okay. The below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottrees' diary pages in A Life Between Wars. Lauren Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. She will be marked on the chart with a star. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son Clark alone. Lauren never remarried and only had 1 child. By skimming the pages of the diary, you glean the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cosels, but she hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottrees Candy Company and helped write a legal document called the Clanced Trust. It's clear from context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for the different generations of their family. Lauren uses them often. 5 pieces. The first generation of children by Gwyneth and Elias. Lauren's father was in this generation. The next generation. Lauren's generation. The Free Spirits. The generation after Lauren's, including her son. Oh, I didn't even notice this before. That's cool. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1953. This entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn, who is on the notable Roottrees list. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after her 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. During the summer, where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had and that I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess. But she just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlet and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. She's the first Rootree woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I am also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff just like I do at Gwyn. A diary entry entitled Dynasty from Lauren Roottree's diary, written in 1958. It focuses on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president of the Rootree Candy Company and the meeting to determine his successor. I wish I'd been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. So with the five pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Rootree name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname didn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the first five-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always had very particular views when it came to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all. But he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Nye it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back, maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who still looks like he samples the product. Wow. An entry entitled Sam from Lauren Roottree's diary, written in 1963. From a previous entry, you learned that Elias Roottree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Lauren writes, "Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two. But I was told, trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up. And I'm not the only one to realize." Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Oh my god, this has so much information. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider is cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Granddad making an exception now? One of the final entries, called Clark, from Lauren Roottree's diary, written in 1964. Clark's getting married and, in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. And as for me, My first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits, in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. All of that is from one piece of evidence. We got 7 pieces of evidence. They can't all be that rich, though. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. Caption: This picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well to say the least. Eventually, I suppose to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later that they never even took a second photo. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the next generation. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, and so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwyn. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. There's going to be a lot to unpack in these photos. Trying to figure out who is who, man, that'll be fun though. Yep. Okay, so we can see everything. I guess that's what happened to all the... Yeah, that has to be Miracle Jr., that has to be Miracle the Third. So I think those photos are right. And based on these, that's probably Miracle the First. Ugh, there's so much to go through there. I'm gonna guess that's Lauren Roottrees. We know she had 1 kid. So I would guess probably this one, but could even be this one. Oh, but wait a second. Lauren is one of the ones that's marked, isn't she? Except we're running out of those. Where are the notable ones? Yeah, Lauren Roottrees. She should have a star. There we go. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. Ah! Nailed it. You've also locked the following optional entries. None.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers. You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
9 more. Okay, easy peasy. This is super fun. I love this. I don't know about you guys. I'm really into this. Okay, so we've locked a whole bunch now. Would this be... What was her son's name? We have to read that over again. Much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Okay, so Clark was the son. Her son, Clark, yeah. Jacob Rafferty. Clark Rafferty. Clark's getting married. Danielle isn't much older. Danielle Franks. We don't know Clark's occupation. Free spirit. The only one who has any discipline is Carl. Based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school, I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Okay, hang on. Let's look up Clark Rafferty. A few fan sites for the band Jim and Diamond seem to mention that he used to make music with Clark Rafferty. They mention an album called These Times. A band called C&J plus J&D released one single called These Times. Someone with the username Die Hard Dazzler scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently this was Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentions that it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister, and that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can't find anything else about Die Hard Dazzler, the band, or the single, so all that's left to do is add the scan to your evidence. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is also available. Man, 35-minute downloads. These Times is an old single from folk group C&J plus J&D. You have a scan of the album as well as a recording of the title track thanks to a collector of Jim and Roottrees memorabilia. The website also listed the song's credits as music and lyrics by Clark Rafferty and Jim Roottrees, backup vocals by the LaRues. On it is a sticker that says folk-style songwriting, catchy. The lyrics of this song contain no clues. Shiva candle. This photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, "Hello 1996 speeds, I know, right?" When you start the game, it opens with the actual sound of a 56K baud modem. It was awesome. To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo in childish print writing, it says November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Carl, Clark, and Eli M. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. It is a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. Oh, we did this one. The Roottree sisters and their parents... Oh, yeah, Wait, why did that have a notice on it? Oh, this updates. After some time, they returned with new resources. A photo of Carl's generation taken in the mid to late 70s, as well as some papers and mail from his office. They then said they had a bit more to share after 9 more blood relatives. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water-damaged picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris. Gwyn and the boys. Oh, so that's probably another photo of her. So where's she? She's here. I think that was the one. Yeah, that's her. Okay. Yep. All right. We should keep going through this, because holy crap, there was a lot in here. Husband Jacob. Jacob died at last moments of World War II. Left to raise her son Clark alone. Laura never remarried, only had one child. By skimming the pages of the diary, you glean the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cossells. No, we want... Where's our big list? List of names. Sarah Cassell. That's got to be her mother. I would guess those. Although... I'll put some more thought into that later, I think. Sound of Laughter. An album by Jim and Diamond. You can't even find a picture of the cover. It doesn't appear to have been very successful, and reviews seem middling even from fans. Okay. Clanced Trust. The Clanced Trust is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottrees, who was Elias's son and the Roottrees Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. So that's got to be her dad. Clancy Edward Roottrees. The 5 pieces. This picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. Oh. That's... okay. So I've got that photo very wrong then. If that's her father, that's not Miracle. I kind of just assumed. Probably not the best idea. Every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree completely correct, name, occupation, and portrait, they will be locked in. All non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the tree helps remove extra names and photos. Well, we know that Miracle Roottrees was not really expected to survive. So let's maybe guess that he's this young fella. They have a lot of people named Elias in the family. Okay, we weren't done with this yet. The Clancy Trust is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottree, who was Elias's son and the Roottree Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never fully been disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. The Clancy Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the Roottrees versus RR in 1994. While looking into the Clancy Trust, you often find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee, which went into effect at the same time. The 5-piece guarantee, in combination with the Clancy Trust, was Elias Rootree's attempt to ensure that the Roottree Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it is somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of Roottree's president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. Combined with the Clancy Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this was a smart or a successful decision is widely debated both online and in person by economics enthusiasts of all levels of expertise. That's interesting. Complaints. Entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn, who is on the Noble Roottrees list. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it felt on deaf ears. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot. Okay, so hang on a second. That gives us... Margot... Oh, would that... Oh, hang on, though.
Alert, ad break coming up in approximately 3 minutes.
Yeah, she was the one that, she didn't take her mother's name. Or... No, the husband took the wife's name. So this is Margolite Roottree. And you heard the lady, folks. We're going to be taking another break in a few minutes. Hope she'd be the sister I never had, do the same for her, even tried to dye my hair blonde, so we know that Margot was blonde. Where... Evidence. Blonde. Wait, hang on. Okay. And she's one of the 5 pieces. So that's got to be her. So let's look up Margolite Roottree. Did I spell that right? Probably not. Actually, it does look right. Hey, Anstara, how's it going? We are about to start a break in just a few minutes. Actually, just about a minute. Good to see you, though. How are things going? I hope all is well. This game is really interesting. It's a lot of research using simulated 1990s internet, which is honestly pretty cool. All these pictures and bios, like Gwyn Roottree, the actor here, that have the greenish yellow outline, those are locked and confirmed accurate. We still have a long way to go. Hey, Plug, what's going on? Any video hosting on Blue Sky? What do you mean by video hosting? You'll have to let me know in chat. I'm going to have to start the break now, so if you guys need to get up and grab anything, I'll be back in about 3.5 to 5 minutes. Oh.
I'm always happy to visit these guys.
I'm on the verge of getting really sick.
That zombie will be on us any second.
Oh crap! Oh boy! Oh no! 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 It's too bad they don't have tractor beams. Whoa! No! No, 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 no! What on earth is it doing?
You'll ever see.
Thank you, mysterious stranger. Good to have you on my side. That works. Oops. We might just spin off into space. Let's find out. Whoops. Oh, no, he's getting away. That wasn't too bad.
Too bad. Meat.
What?
If it's not obvious by now, the only thing keeping this a park and not a prehistoric hunting ground are the fences. Let's see what we can do to improve them.
Excuse me, do you mind if I poke around in your car a little? You do? Oh, hello. Wasn't talking to you, buddy. Ow. Ah. You jerk.
Let's put it in gear. No way! I am not going to help you murder these people.
What? Crap. Okay, nobody died. She hasn't... Wow. Wow. Okay, I am back. Thank you, Caladre. Thank you, Unstara. Okay, let's see. Thank you, Cleric. She gets to be in Starlet. Okay, let's take a look at that. Starlet was a magazine that started with the colorization of film and went until around 1964. Generally, it was a tabloid with a focus on famous actors and actresses. It didn't much go into any other aspects of filmmaking or Hollywood news. Starlet has played host to many Roottrees advertisements over the years for many of their products, including 5 pieces. They flood the results. What was her name again? Gwyn. Not Gwen. Gwyn Roottrees was often in Starlet. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce in 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. There's still no Williams. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Others mention that the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. There is also an interview from earlier in mid-1957 where she was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild combined with the alliteration Williams is incredibly memorable. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlet exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottrees for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lead into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both of our family names for the next generation." Okay, Cornwall, that's new. Linus Cornwall. So that was cool. And we have clues about the 2 kids here. Not enough to actually put anything up, but that's okay. Kissing the likes of Harrison Lane. Harrison Lane was a television actor with a major role in Guys Like Us and some other films. His largest role before Guys Like Us was the villain of the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, the studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, this time as a hero joining the protagonist. Western Frontiers has no connection to the Roottrees. Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end. Did you know trivia? Harrison Lane married his high school sweetheart after they reunited at a movie premiere. Okay. An entry titled Dynasty from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1958. It focuses on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president of the Roottrees Candy Company and the meeting to determine his successor. I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the first son born of the firstborn 5-piece. Firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Oh, okay, that's really interesting. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. So he's one of these two. The way it's phrased makes me suspect that the firstborn child of this firstborn 5-piece might have been a daughter, which would make this Zach. Except that we don't have a Zach root tree. Huh. Let's maybe look at that next-gen photo. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did on the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, so we clumped up in the middle. Okay, so this is probably another photo. Hang on. There's a lot to process here. That's probably her again. It does look like her. So we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwyn. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge, even after all these years. So it doesn't really give us much in the way of identity here. But we know that these 3 are her brothers. Welcome back, Pug. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to host video of any kind on Blue Sky. Sorry about that. Instead, it ended up going to Zach, even though his surname even though his surname doesn't match the candy. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece, so that makes sense then that he's not Zach Roottrees. But that means we have to figure out what his surname is. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always had very particular views when it came to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. Okay, hang on a second here. That gives us a window in. Angie is older than Zach, which means this is Angie. Angelica Morden. Zachariah Morden. There we go. That places them. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo. Okay. Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all, but he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back, maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. An entry entitled Sam from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1963. Yep, I'm still on Mastodon. I post going live messages to both Blue Sky and to Mastodon. I find them both interesting, very different. The one I probably use more than any other is Threads, though I don't bother posting going live messages there because it would just get algorithmed into shit. From a previous entry, you learned that Elias Roottree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Lauren writes, "Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, and I'm not the only one to realize." Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Oh, Uncle Junior. Hang on. That's good info. Miracle Junior Roottree. Oh, wait, Jacobson Edith? And that's confirmed. Uncle Junior. Oh, that could be Elias Jr. Elias Jr. Roottree. Yeah, that's got to be it. Okay. Don't know who Elias Jr. is yet. Where they place on the... Yeah, okay. Deleted Threads a year ago? Oh, I like Threads. It's not perfect, but none of them are. The problem with every single social network out there is that they're all full of people. You really can't get away from them. I need 3 more correct blood relatives before they will lock in. Okay, let's... I'm going to review Gwyneth a bit. Gwyneth Anderson. I just want to see if I can lock her in. You find some information on a website for the first Anderson maple farm, which I should probably actually search. Oh, same info. Gwyneth Anderson, no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson maple farm so long as she married. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores to this day. Though the Roottree Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm, it has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. Got off all social, still have my accounts, and when people link me things in Discord, I check them out. But yeah, no Insta, no Twitter, no Blue Sky, Tumblr, TikTok, Facebook. Yeah, I kind of gave up on using TikTok. It's all the same thing. It did mention things she would have used as a housewife. So I think we have to put housewife, not farmer. She had to marry to inherit the farm, which implies she couldn't actually run it herself. I don't use Spotify at all. I think technically I might actually have a Spotify account, but I've never used it. Okay. Let's go back here. Didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Okay, so one of the Elis is Lauren's brother, and the other is Miracle's youngest. I'm going to guess Elias M. "23 years later, Miracle Roottrees Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for higher power. Spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. Since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most." Okay, nothing really helpful there. I haven't actually finished watching the Vox Machina show on Amazon Prime yet, so I haven't even begun the Mighty Nine, although I am looking forward to getting to that. I have a lot of trouble finding time to watch TV. It may be a while before I catch up on all of it. Oh, that's a neat symbol. Guardian, adoption or otherwise. That's cool, I like that. Okay, we have no way to place the other Elias amongst the brothers, unfortunately. Not yet. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. Okay. Thank you, Pog. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Clancy Roottrees. Clancy Edward Roottrees. Oh, the Roottrees versus RR. You find very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clanstead Trust. A student that attended the lecture about it wrote the following on a legal oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the Clanstead Trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Roottree without completely dissolving the trust. There is no additional information online. Interesting. Clark's getting married, and in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18 and Danielle isn't much older, but openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm just getting old. Okay, so we know... Wait a second. We know Carl is Clancy's son. But that's... That doesn't actually help us very much, does it? Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Okay, so Zach is president. Second president. And Angelica is doing a good job raising her twins. Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits, in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. So these ones here are the free spirits. And the Roottrees sisters, the ones who, along with their father, Carl, another free spirit, you know, we don't know what this generation is called, but these 4 died just yesterday in the game's chronology. Okay. So that's it from this one. So we've gotten everything except for Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees and Carl Roottrees. It's weird to me that Carl is so difficult to nail down, being the Roottrees sisters' father. Easy to find online, you would think so. CM could be Carolyn Morden. I'm just looking at this here. Handwritten note from CM. Could be Carolyn Morgan. Actually, it kind of has to be Carolyn Morden. I don't think there's any other CM here. Angelica Morden, Zachariah Morden. That doesn't really help us narrow it down, because a lot of these people further down the line could be Carolyn Morden. But it kind of suggests that Stephanie Miller and Carolyn Morgan are both in here somewhere. Eli Jr. designed. So I'm going to guess that that's Eli Jr. there. Except we still don't know where you... Well... Hey, Vera Johnson, how's it going? There we go. Nailed it. Nice. Came back from a party one of my dad's business friends had for Yule, and it was a nice party. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad it was good. What's everyone up to this weekend? I hope you've all got some good stuff going on. Okay, now that we know that for sure this is Elias Roottrees Jr., architect, hopefully we can gain some more information. Don't forget, family trees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed their last name after marriage. Always use a person's most recent occupation. Genealogy for dunces. Christmas market tomorrow. Oh, nice. I hope that ends up being fun. I'm kind of excited this year. I'm having a real Christmas tree for the first time in a few years. The last several Christmases, we just didn't bother with any kind of tree whatsoever. So I went out shopping today and got a stand for a tree. Okay, that's looking so much more complete. That is really awesome. Hey, Nixes, how's it going? Yep, already got the real tree, too. Got that, like, the day before yesterday or something like that. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this is not actually him. Would have been confirmed if it were. That's somebody else. We did some errands today, and tomorrow we're going to see my mom and grandpa in person. First time I'm seeing them in person since May, exchanging presents and whatnot. Aw, that's really cool. I hope that goes well as well. Oh, this is cool. I like how it shows on the actual photos that identity has been confirmed. That's super nice. That's a very good... That's a very good feature there. I like that. Interesting that Linus Cornwall is confirmed, but nothing about her is. I guess we can't confirm it without her occupation, though. So there's that. Okay. Elias Roottrees Jr.'s name is listed on a website about historical buildings in Butler County. He is listed alongside an old residence that has been preserved called Hunchtop House. You attempt to find more information about the man and the building, but come up empty. That's not helpful. Posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Caroline. I wonder if that's Carolyn Morden. Large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Carolyn, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottrees, Clark Carl, and Eli M. Wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. That would be him, I think. He does look a lot like this guy, doesn't he? Elias M. Elias C. Roottrees. Let's see if we can find more about him. Nothing relevant to your investigation was found for Elias C. Roottrees. Nope. This photo is the note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris. Gwyn and the boys. So that's Gwyn and her two sons. And that kind of goes with this photo here. This photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, "To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry you were unable to attend the funeral. It's tradition to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it's impossible to express my gratitude." Okay. "Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake." So that's Nicole. Ernie. Ernest Madsen Jr. Has to be one of those two. I don't think we've uncovered any Madsens yet. Since I'm signing off for the night here shortly, I will say this: your life might become easier if you search more within the periodicals. As well, some information must be inferred from letters and info you find. Oh, I know. I just haven't found that many references to periodicals yet, Calenray. Oh, interesting. I hadn't noticed until just now. Oh, I didn't attach his photo. That's why it's not confirmed. I guess that helps, huh? But anyways, have a fantastic night, Kellenroy. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it, and I will catch you again real soon. Interesting that that's quoted. Family reminders. Siblings, often referred to as brothers or sisters, people that share the same parents. Cousins, sometimes referred to as first cousins, people that share the same grandparents but not the same parents. Okay. Oh, no, I don't want hints. A life between wars. Let's search for that. You don't find any copies or excerpts from A Life Between Wars on Spider Search. You do find that because the diary has been reprinted recently for schools, it is available in a lot of libraries. Okay, yeah, we already found that in the library. So that's fine. Thank you, Cleric. Have a fantastic evening. I will catch you again soon. Patsy. We can maybe look up Patsy. Didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. Patricia Christensen is a possibility. Yeah, I need spelling. Christensen. Okay. Christensen Steel was a steel company in Butler County. On a World War II history page, you find that it contributed to the war effort by creating parts for vehicles, but after that went out of business. Christensen Steel and Patricia Christensen both are mentioned in a book review for Steamy Correspondence by Tina Angelina. by Tina Angelina is a book of historical letters with an erotic twist released in 1997. This is a book of historical letters with an erotic twist. Each letter is accompanied by context from the book's author. A letter from the book has been added to your pages. In 1934, someone who goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it is clear she had romantic history with. Patch is thought to be the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and Ch were the first two letters of her last name, and Patricia Christensen was known to appreciate wordplay like this. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him. There were also a few passages after the steamy bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize that this letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin? Left an outcast, forced to a life of labor under a wicked relative. It's like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he has not corrupted her to know his sins. I swear that on that joyous day, with all of the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Tina has no theory for what the more cryptic parts of that mean. Okay, I can't say that that's entirely helpful at this point, but it's interesting. It doesn't seem to be related to what I was investigating, the marriage to Patsy, because it sounds like Patricia Christensen was much, much earlier on. MMM. Could maybe try searching for that. MMM is an abbreviation for Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to the early 80s. It went out of business due to high competition from much more major publications. Jim Roottrees. Okay, hang on. A review and interview from 1979 titled A Reluctant Hit Maker, Jim Goes Into His First Band. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C&J and J&D with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me.
Alert, ad break coming up in approximately 3 minutes.
Pretty close to 4 minutes, actually. We'll be taking our next break. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. So the four of us had a sort of cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, everything exploded. No more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffertoons. Oh, and he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Raffertoons, huh? A website about Raffertoons, Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. On it there's an about page and you find a picture labeled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children, and when his wife was trying to get his youngest Katrina to calm down for the picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The photo is now in your evidence. We also now know that Clark's youngest child is named Katrina. So where was Clark? Clark was over here somewhere. Oh, don't tell me I don't have Clark. Where the heck is Clark? Dang it. I thought I had more on Clark. The inspiration for the famous ad campaign. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children, and while his wife was trying to get Katrina, his youngest, to calm down for the picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. We can also search on that. The Roottrees Maple Super Bowl commercial from 1994 has a family bickering in a department store and the father bites into a Roottrees Maple Crisp. Time stops and a jingle plays while he dances down the aisle. As he does, different things in the department store become Roottrees candy. For example, a bed that the father collapses onto becomes a giant chocolate bar. The jingle, Need the Rest, went on to be featured in other commercials with other scenarios. This is a famous jingle for the Roottrees Maple originating in the Super Bowl commercial. The jingle goes, when you're surrounded by madness and mayhem, reach for the best. There's enough there to share, but let's face it, you need the rest. Well, we do know that they had 2 kids. So this could be Clark here. In fact, I think it almost kind of has to be. Clark Rafferty. Oh, I'll be back in a few. I have a bad feeling about this. So we're on the Barbary Coast, apparently.
Welcome, patron, to the Barbary Coast,
where every haircut is an adventure.
Aye, and if you're wanting a haircut, you'll have to wait until I'm finished with Captain Rottingham here.
Are you guys pirate barbers?
It is the ideal place to contemplate the secrets and mysteries of the cosmos.
You okay, sir? I can see the appeal.
A kindred spirit, then. Wonderful.
Oh.
Let us share. Now close your eyes. In fact, it is the such divine communion.
Okay. What? Teleportation is against the rules, I'm afraid. Oh, hi. Oh. Sorry, Uthgerd. So far, so good. I haven't died yet.
Not going out that.
That pretty much means I'm guaranteed not to die ever, I think.
No! Crasher 2 is down! She's gone!
Damn it! You can't take risks like that. Watch your flanks.
So that's how you want to play it.
Do you mind? You're interrupting a thing here. Whoa. A little fast on approach there, but...
What was that splashing noise? Where has Spunky gone?
Oh. Lovely. Dang. Okay, that was cool. Oh, look at the coloration. He looks amazing. Or she, I'm not sure which.
Okay, I'm Isaac. Together, we'll create the most spectacular dinosaur park imaginable.
Okay, I'm back. I just filled in a little bit of information here. We haven't confirmed it yet. And I'm not sure what Clark's wife's name is. It's probably either Jane or Kim. But I'm not certain yet. It would have to be Chris Rafferty. Okay. Department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children. When his wife was trying to get his youngest Katrina to calm down for the picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. Okay. Debbie. That would be Deborah. Where's the list of names? Deborah Bean. Okay, so that was sent by Deborah. That also mentions the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. Right now, they are So Strawberry, Power Plum, Cool Chocolate, Bad Blue Raspberry, and Awesome Apple. What even is an elderberry anyway? As tastes have changed over the years, so have the 5 flavors, but the shape and combination with maple have remained consistent. They all aspire to be musicians, artists, dancers, and that sort of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Edward is set over to take over his department once he retires. Edward Roottrees. In an article from 1968, you find a small section focusing on young upcoming talent that Modern Music Monthly predicts will make it big. It has this to say about the LaRues. The LaRue sisters got their start doing session work for their great-uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from 1960 to 65 that featured the voices of kids, they were probably involved. Back then, they were credited as the Lucky LaRues. Now that he's passed, they've moved on to bigger and better ventures and are going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces. Ever heard of the Roottrees? And are looking to release an album sometime in the next year. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. So Jane would be, I think, the one. Jane LaRue. See if these get confirmed. Jane Del Vecchio is listed on a talent for hire site as a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. It also mentions to only contact her agent in the event that you actually wish to hire her, and that any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. Kim LaRue. Nothing relevant. Okay. Okay, so that didn't get us much either. Clark Rafferty. A section of the magazine called Skip It or Flip It has short, pithy blurbs about new records. An album called These Times is listed under the Skip It column with the following. These Times, a new single from C&J plus J&D, Clark Rafferty, Jim Roottrees, and the two of the LaRue sisters. Amateurish folk-style songwriting is catchy at times, but ultimately doesn't do anything new. Hey Romney, how's it going? Oops. Okay, we read that one. Okay. How are things going, Romney? How's your weekend? Oh my god. Red root tree. That's gotta mean it's a red herring. And we still haven't really turned up a whole lot about Carl. There we go. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987 for his work with Root. The cover and a summary of the article has been added to your evidence. There's his photo. Finally. I was going to strip down the desk and prep for a new monitor and changing the whole desk layout. Instead, I played games all day and sourced parts to also change the PC case so I can move it to another spot. So now I need a new power extension and Cat 6 cable probably. I would go better than 6, honestly. I've got a lot of my home network running on Cat 8 because I will never need high capacity of that degree, and so I'll basically never need to worry about cables again. But if you really don't want to go Cat 8, which is still only like $1 more than Cat 6 for the same length, generally speaking, there's always Cat 7 to go, too. But maybe, I don't know, maybe that's just me. I tend to, I'm too fond sometimes of, you know, future-proofing a little bit. Summary of the article. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders and has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen not for his work at Roottrees Candy, but rather a clothing company, Root. There's a brief history. Oh, that's true, he was at Root. That means his job is probably CEO, not president. But let's continue reading. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin Jim Roottrees, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Word spread. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees at the time, spearheaded Root. Yeah, so Carl was never actually the president of Roottrees Candy Company. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's finances refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became their catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Okay. Oh, and yeah, we've got some of the photos that we've got in our evidence are back here on the wall. That's really fun. Oh, I'm so glad it zoomed it out so I can actually see what evidence I have now. Fiddling the cable in place will it will be long enough, and it's not future-proofing unless you have 10 gigabit switches to push the speeds anyway, which I don't have or need yet. Well, it can also come into play if you've got multiple lower bit devices, like gigabit devices, which is one of the reasons why I did it. And future-proofing by definition means, you know, are you eventually going to have multiple multi-gigabit devices accessing the network at the same time, so that you can avoid slowing down and stuff. But, you know, it's definitely not required. It's just a thing that I like to do. Okay, so we finally found some more info on good old Carl Roottree here. However, there was also another interesting little tidbit. Ernie Jr. Ernie Roottree Jr. Might be under... What would his name be in the list? Hang on. Clancy Edward, Clancy Jr., Edward Roottree. Maybe Edward. Oh, Ernest Madsen Jr. There we go. An article from 1982 announces that an Ernest Madsen Jr. is taking over the day-to-day operations of Roottree after the previous president died unexpectedly. Little is known about Ernest, but sources close to the family who have asked to remain anonymous have made it clear that he is more than qualified. There are rumors that Ernest had originally trained to succeed Zach Morden, but had been passed... Oh, okay, Zach Morden. Let me just confirm... Yeah, Zachariah Morden. Okay. But had been passed up for unspecified reasons. Business Watch also managed to get a quote from the company's publicist. The last 4 years at Roottree have been rough. In an attempt to keep our products relevant to the modern audiences, some of our decisions have had unintended consequences. From the fancy flavors misstep to the batter-up bar, we've taken a bit of a tumble in the public eye, but Mr. Madsen is committed to getting back to basics. So that would make Ernest Madsen Jr. the third president. Which means Zach is probably not the third president. Yeah, okay, I've got him as second president. So he succeeded after the original Elias. So Ernest Jr. I guess he would have to be up here. He's junior. Okay. that's not it. The periodicals do seem to be pretty important. Wait a second. Oh, wait a minute. Wait just 1 minute. Isn't... Shoot. I've got Clark in the wrong place entirely. That's not Clark. Clark has apparently had an interesting life. This is Clark. And that means that's Jane LaRue. That's Katrina LaRue. Actually, you know what? I suspect Jane LaRue is probably not Katrina's mother. I think this is Jane LaRue. And this is Kim. And that's Jessica. Okay. So he and Danielle married young, split up. Then he got together with Jane LaRue, and they split up as well after he had an affair with Kim LaRue, who maybe he possibly ended up marrying, and then they ended up having 2 kids. But it also looks like there's this one here. So that's interesting. Let's maybe look into Clark Rafferty again a little more. Is he a musician, or is there maybe a songwriter option? No. No, I think he's definitely more musician. The Rue sisters, nothing relevant. A few fan sites of the band Jim and Diamond seem to mention that he used to make music with Clark Rafferty. They mention an album called These Times. Kim LaRue. Okay, I think that looks better. In an article from 1968, you find a small section focusing on young upcoming talent that Modern Music Monthly predicts will make it big. It has this to say about the LaRues. The LaRue sisters got their start doing session work from their great uncle's record label. Okay, they were credited as the Lucky LaRues. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. The Lucky LaRues indeed. Oh, okay. Here we have the original flavors: grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and miracle berry. This has to be Gwendolyn Roottrees. Let's look her up. I probably spelled that wrong. Gwendoline. It's Gwendoline. Nothing relevant to your investigation was found. I could have sworn there was a reference to Gwendoline in here. Gwyneth. That's so strange. Why do we have no notes? The below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottree's diary pages in A Life Between Wars. Lauren Roottree is on the Noble Roottrees list. Book was published in '65 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. Okay.
M4 has just redeemed 200 library tokens for Hydrate.
Thank you very much. How are you doing, Matt? It's good to see you. I am. It's a very chill evening. We're playing The Roottrees Are Dead, which is a really interesting investigation game centered around genealogy. The idea is the Roottree sisters, these three, just died in a fiery plane accident yesterday, along with their father and a number of other people. And due to the eccentricities of this guy, their like great-great-grandfather or something, I think it's their great-grandfather. Let me see if father, grandfather,
M4 Daz
great-grandfather,
just redeemed
great-great-grandfather.
1,500 library tokens for terrible pun or dad joke.
Basically, we have to go through this entire family tree and figure out who's a direct blood relative so that the money gets distributed. Because they were very rich. And we've had a redemption for a terrible pun or dad joke, so let's get right on that, shall we? Did you hear about the 2 monastery men who opened up a seafood takeout restaurant? One was the fish fryer, the other was the chipmunk. There you go. Minus the fiery plane crash, of course. Yeah, that's a little bit of a downer. You're welcome, and I'm sorry. Yeah, so we're trying to piece together information using late 1990s internet technology to put together the family tree. The ones that you see that are kind of yellowish outlined, those ones are confirmed accurate. The rest of them, we still need to work and research and piece together clues. I really need more clues. Lyrics of the song contain no clues. So what have you got going on this weekend? Ah. Oh, okay, that's a big one. Butler County is located outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. While the Roottrees Candy Company now has its headquarters in the city, the company began on a small farm within the Butler County limits, and the area has a lot of history with the family. The Butler County Times is presumably a local paper there. There are likely articles from over the years involving the Roottrees family and those adjacent to them. It's been automatically added to your periodical search interface. As a side note, a video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and it turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County, or even had any connection to Butler County. How dare. I wonder what happens if we search for The Roottrees Are Dead. The Roottrees Are Dead, not to be confused with a similar game called The Flutenies Are Bred, is a video game about a fictional family called the Roottrees and about discovering their lineage after the Roottrees sisters are killed in a plane crash. The game takes place in Butler County, which is a real county in Pennsylvania, but uses fictional elements such as a fake newspaper called the Butler County Times. The creator of the game does not know anyone who lives in Butler County and has never even been there. Instead, he just randomly picked somewhere on the map near a major metropolitan area that sounded reasonable and hoped not to somehow accidentally offend the people that actually live there. That might be my favorite write-up so far. Another good weekend of watching lots of rugby. This weekend's tournament is in Cape Town. Nice. Carl is mentioned in the Butler County Times quite often, including an article that also mentions Ernie Jr. Most of the articles concerning Carl are not important. The plane crash is too recent to appear in these archives. One announces Carl's marriage to Brenda White in 1978. They were both in their early 20s. Another seems even more frivolous. Apparently in 1981, Carl got quite drunk at a charity event and broke his arm falling down some stairs. The article that also mentions Ernie is from 1996 when Carl took over as the 5th president. Oh. Carl was the 5th president. Okay. Nice to have some confirmation on that. Oh, wait, that's James. We want Carl. Okay. So Carl was president. Got it. Okay. When Carl took over as the 5th president of the Roottrees Candy Company from Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. apparently liked to stay out of the spotlight and never appeared in the Butler County Times other than a few mentions here and there. The article does mention an illness as the reason Ernie Jr. was stepping down. Ernie Jr. I don't think we've actually got him on here yet. But that's super interesting to know. Let's see if Clark Rafferty ever made it. Nothing relevant to your investigation was found. No, okay. That would be the other way around. Morden, not Morton. And it's Ernest. Why do I always have trouble with that one? Clancy Edward Roottrees. How about James Roottrees? This is not as helpful as I was picturing it. Oh well. Lauren Roottrees, maybe, the author. Ah. The Butler County Times reviewed Lauren's diary, A Life Between Wars. They go into a bit of Lauren's history. She grew up around the famous Roottrees family. She wrote some romance books involving historical figures such as pirates and knights that were released under her married name Rafferty. Now her diary is being released under her birth name Roottrees. The reviewer gives it 4 out of 5 and claims it captures the evolution in perspective from adolescence to adulthood and a true feeling of change in society across multiple decades. They call special attention to the author's recollection of the day she heard that her husband Jacob died in the war, and how times have changed in the more than 20 years between the first and last diary entry. The writer of the review mentions that because the majority of the interactions in the book took place in Butler County, including many locations they personally recognized, it made everything feel more real and perhaps contributed to a higher score than it would have received otherwise. They end the review with, "Don't forget, you can find this and many other books at your local library." Oops. Okay, so it brings up that same bit of information. Now, we already searched on him, I think. Elias appeared in the Butler County Times quite often. Almost everything you find in the first few pages of results are the same types of things you can find with a basic internet search. He invented 5 pieces, was Watchman of the Year, and had a strong focus on family. What about his wife? What was her name again? Gwyneth Anderson. Oh, I think I reversed that. Gwyneth Roottrees often attended social events with her husband. She is not mentioned in the newspaper except in that context, and so you find no useful information. I need 6 more. At least 6 more.
Alert, ad break coming up in approximately 3 minutes.
Alright, folks. In about 3.5 minutes, we're going to be taking our final break of the evening. Elias Roottrees Jr., perhaps. A small feature details a building that Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architecture firm worked on called Hunchetop House. It also mentions that Elias Jr. was Elias's oldest son. Hunchetop House seems unrelated to the Roottrees. I'm still curious about it. Okay, that's probably another dead end. Margalite root tree. I really need to figure out who she was married to as well. That'll probably be key to figuring out what's going on in here. Wild Bill Williams. Alright guys, I need to start the break, so if you need to get up and grab some food or a drink or a snack or anything, this would be a good time to do it, and I'll meet you back here shortly. At this point, I should probably be level 1 or 2. I'm level... what level am I, actually? 54. Seems you're not too shabby yourself, so I guess you've earned a reward, newbie. You got 5 great balls from Blue. Is he just taking a nap? I mean, of all the possible things he could break out of his enclosure and do, that's probably about the best, but come on. Wait, wasn't I just using Obi-Wan?
Do it.
So this is a colossal size map, which is quite a bit larger than the largest available in the base game. And it is an island plate style, so it's kind of like tectonic plates that are generated as smaller islands instead of giant continents. That looks good to me, sir. Oh, let me guess what that's gonna be. Oh. Hey, I was wrong. Okay, he was definitely no behemoth. I think I switched weapons accidentally. Whoops. Oh my god. That has to be a reference. That must be a reference. There's no way that's not a reference. Strog Grog. Oh my god. Haboob dust storm. From far off, people see the approaching wall of driven sand and scatter to seek safety before the scouring wind. Because this area just doesn't get enough weather hardship as it is. I'm curious to see where it's going to dump my ship after I do this. Oh god. Oh, what did you... Are you frickin' serious, game? What the hell? It... Alright, I am back.
Ad break complete. Welcome back to the Extra Life charity stream.
I think we're gonna have to look up Reyna Roottrees and the other sisters and see if they can give us information on some of their closer relatives around their age. Thank you, Mad. Riley Roottrees. Man, the Butler County Times is such a freaking disappointment. I had high hopes for it when I found that. I guess we can start going over some of these pictures. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is The Next Generation. Caption: an attempt to recapture the spirit of the Five Pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the four of us stand together, and so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one who was too good to make an appearance was Gwyn, who was in France at the time. Paris, specifically.
Jarug just redeemed 1,500 library tokens for terrible pun or dad joke.
Okay, we can do a joke. What's a burglar's favorite way of breaking in? Intruder window. There you go. How are you doing, Jarek? It's good to see you. Grandma insisted we include Sam even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in since he's technically a five-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. That hasn't helped, unfortunately. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Carl is the teenager in the middle. Oh! Okay, that's Carl. Okay, okay. That actually is a little bit helpful. That would be this Carl. But we can't attach the photo until we confirm his identity. I'm sorry to hear that. What's going on? Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo in childish print writing, it says November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Guy Hudson. We can probably look him up. Been snacking on chili nuts tonight. Turned out I evidently got some of that powder or whatever on my shirt. Just got that in your eye. Oh. That's the worst. I've had that happen. I'm sorry. Although the Butler County Times does not archive their obituaries, they did a front-page story in 1982 about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. The story itself is surprisingly light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes and cutting other drivers off, as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. One witness says it could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident, and police have few leads other than make and model. Guy had been president of the Roottrees company for only 4 years, through an undoubtedly volatile period in the company's history. He and his wife had no children. Okay. I'm trying to see a place on the family tree where that might help identify who they were, where they were. I don't think I see any places except for here, but that's a split up situation where people married without having kids. Oh. Here. Nothing actually bad, but man, yeah. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. There's probably nothing in here to really help narrow down who Guy would have been, huh? What was his wife's name? Wife Patricia. I'm gonna guess it's Patricia Jones because we've had other instances of Patricia coming up and it doesn't really sound like it could have been her. But that's pure guesswork. I have no idea if that's him or not. Yeah, it's not bad. I'm liking the music. This is a very chill, very fun, very relaxing kind of game. I'm having a really good time with this. These entries in the family tree that have the yellow outline, those ones are finished and locked and confirmed. We're still trying to piece together the rest. There's a lot out here we haven't really done much of anything with. It's GordMcLeod. It is Creative Commons license, so it's very possible. Let's maybe look up Roottrees. Butler County Times has been around a long time. You find many ads from the 1950s for local movie theaters that happen to list Roottrees' name in cast lists for the films they were showing at the time. Almost all of them are for Guys Like Us and Christmas Mission. It does not seem like Gwyn was a resident of Butler County for long, if at all. Oh, that's true. Butler County Times is only going to be useful for members of the family that actually lived in this area. Jack Roottrees. I don't know if we've come up on that name yet. Okay. Wolf Roottrees. What the heck? Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing when they do that. Did I spell that right? Probably not. I did not. It is on Steam, yes. It's really fun. I'm really having a good time with it. Even if it's been a little bit since I made any major progress. I spelled it wrong again, probably. No, actually, that's right. Oh, except it's Morton. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a genealogy buff, so this has a lot of appeal for me as well. If your mom is similar, I could definitely see this being a good get for her. The notorious Montjoys. I wonder why they included this. The Montjoys are a popular family among armchair genealogists. Researchers have spent countless hours sifting through old records, piecing their story together. You decide you've earned a break, so you reward yourself with a web search on Pip Gittens, your favorite Montjoy. Pip Gittens, 1532 to 1576, a noble, contracted a particularly contagious case of English sweating sickness. In typical cases, symptoms would come on suddenly, with victims drenched in sweat and dead within hours. In Gittens' case, however, he remained bedridden for months, always teetering on the brink of death. His family was amazed when he made a full recovery. Some claim Gittens' brush with death left an indelible mark. From then on, his bald spot was perpetually damp, earning him the cruel nickname Pip the Perspiring. Ever since, he always wore a large hat in portraits to cover it up. No credible source substantiates this, however, and in fact many 16th century men were portrayed wearing hats. In the years that followed, at least a dozen high-ranking nobles in his vicinity died of the disease, and the blame was placed squarely upon Gittens. His name became synonymous with misfortune, and he became a pariah. Most people refused to be in the same room with him. In 1545, when a grand feast was about to run out of wine, the host spread a rumor of Pip's imminent arrival. The party cleared out within minutes. Despite his considerable wealth, Gittens struggled with loneliness. Few dared to even meet his gaze, let alone marry him. Eventually, a match was arranged with Lady Eunice Montjoy of Bavaria, 1542 to 1587, whose family had fallen upon hard times and was desperate to avoid losing their estate. Lady Montjoy, pragmatic above all, wasn't afraid of disease, but she was afraid of Gittens' reputation, so she put forth an unusual request. Their children would take her family name instead of his, and if anyone asked, he'd claim to be a distant cousin. Gittens was furious, but with no other options available, he begrudgingly agreed. The deception held for centuries until a monk recovered a lost chest full of stolen belongings, including an original illustrated tree, coats of arms, and a portrait of Gittens before his marriage. The discovery reignited interest in the Montjoy family's genealogy, and Pip was just one clammy footnote in a scandal-plagued and often absurd bloodline. The notorious Montjoys are an endless source of historical drama, and you could spider-search them all night. But they're not related to the Roottrees, and you've got a mystery to solve. I love that. That's awesome. Riot Girl. Okay. Mystery Comics number 32, Tales of Suspense. What's this? Family Doku. Alphabet Davis, Secret Searcher. Alphabet Davis, Reversus. Alphabet Davis's Ends and Beginnings, a young alphabet adventure. Alphabet Davis in the erased names of the Genesis. Well, that's good, Jarek. I'm glad you're feeling better. Oh, okay. We're back to work here. Elias C. Roottrees. Let's try that one. Dang it. Oh, who was the guy? Hang on. Guy Hudson. A small article from 1977. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister. Ooh, hang on. Is there space on the board for a... Yes, there is. A twin sister. That would have to be Bonnie Hudson. Along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Now Guy is taking over the Roottrees company at the end of the year. Who would have known that one of those two adorable redheads... Oh, that's a good clue. Hang on. Okay. It's them. Oh, that's so good. Awesome. Okay. Hang on a second here. I don't know if third president is correct, though. That could be fourth. I'm going to put in... No, I want to put it in third, because it's been too long a period of time. He was only president 4 years. That leaves a long gap. Okay, anyway, back to this. Who would have known that one of those two adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father Angie and Christopher with providing his fiery dew, arguing over everything but chocolate, would grow up to take over the whole company. Angie and Christopher. Angie, okay. And yeah, Christopher, that tracks, that's right. Excellent. Love it. Okay. Could that be her? I don't know. Have to go to bed, though. This game seems like a good watch. Almost 8 a.m. No problem. Have yourself a great night, Jarek. I will catch you again soon. I need to know what generation that photo's from. Is that the previous... It is. I think we're good. That's got to be her. That's got to be Angie. Guy's uncle and current president, Zachariah, has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottree have faith in his innovative ideas, and he's eager to share them with the world. We like to think that boys and girls agree that he's ready to succeed. Boys and girls agree era. You find a site about successful ad campaigns. One of the ads listed is from the late 50s, Boys and Girls Agree. It is a series of television and magazine ads for Roottree chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except when it comes to one thing. Both of them agree that Roottree is their favorite. The first advertisement in the series was the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and girl involved. One of the magazine advertisements has been added to your evidence. This is an ad for a Roottree candy from the late 50s. It was part of a campaign called Boys and Girls Agree, which included television and print advertisements. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except that when it comes to one thing, both of them agree that Roottree is their favorite. Okay. Roottree chocolate bars. All right, that was good. I love seeing that. Okay. So we know that Guy Hudson died early. We don't know what's become of Bonnie Hudson. Let's see if we can find out. Bonnie Hudson. Okay, so there's not a whole lot to go on, is there? She's not coming up in web searches. Oh, wait, that's Business Watch. We want Butler County Times. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline. Caroline Morden. You find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story, there's an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned, "Caroline standing next to her sculpture Atlantis Burden." This sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women. Oh, okay, another book we can look up. According to a quote further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. The image that accompanied a story about local art in the Butler County Times. It is captioned, "Caroline standing next to her sculpture Atlantis' Burden." This sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women. Art and the Beauty of Women was published in 1987, softcover, large format, art, photography, sculpture dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn... Oh, her sister Gwendolyn. Okay, I think I've got that assigned wrong. And cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Brother-in-law. Okay, interesting. So Gwendolyn and cousin and Bonnie are cousins. Their marriages led her to double down on her passions, art and the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father Zach to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art and the beauty of women. Okay, so her husband was Mark, and they have a daughter. And they're cousins of Bonnie and Guy. And her father was Zach. Shoot, this is getting difficult to navigate. Have I positioned Zach on here at all? Oh, this has got to be... No, this doesn't look right. No, they have to be one of them. Zach is her father. Oh no, no, this can be at Caroline. Carolyn Morden. That's Mark. They split. She remarried. Her partner adopted the daughter. So presumably the daughter is Stephanie Landon. Mr. Andrew, welcome on in. How are you doing? There we go. Nailed it. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. Carl Roottree, Carolyn Morden, Guy Hudson. Ah, yes.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
I do believe he's referring to this photo right here. Oh boy. Because we know from the photo of Carl in his office that that was indeed framed on his wall. And so was this photo here, which is this one. Wow. Okay. Oh, this game is great. I love it. Oh, wait, we have new evidence. What's this? Not long before they were set to return, you heard something odd on WRTD radio. The photo you were given may have been stolen from Carl's office. The newscaster mentioned that you could search online for WRTD to find out more. Okay, we are going to do that. That's also potentially another source we can use. WRTD is your local investigative jazz radio station. During their news segments at 45 minutes on the hour, they have been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with the psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottree curse being a real, true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." Wow. And suddenly the game takes a little bit of a dark and sinister turn. I like it. That's cool. Let's see if we can Google investigative jazz. Nothing relevant. That's unfortunate. Alright, we have to take a look at this, because now we've got a bunch of confirmations. Interesting that we don't have... Oh, yeah, we don't know Bonnie's occupation. We have confirmed that Guy Hudson is the 3rd president, and that he married Patricia Jones. That's good. We have confirmed Carolyn Morden, the artist, and her spouse, Mark Landon. We have not confirmed daughter Stephanie, but we don't know enough detail about her yet, I guess. Nor do we know who her later spouse was. I could almost guess that this is her, but no, the hair doesn't look quite right. Not that that's a guarantee of anything. This we can definitely put there. That'll get confirmed next round. I hope everyone's having a fantastic weekend so far. I'm going to be wrapping up shortly. But I hope that whether you've had a good weekend or not so far, the remainder of it is really great for you. Okay, so we confirmed that. That's good. Sarah Cassell, that extra picture. Okay, and that one, they're both confirmed. That's good. Oh, we confirmed a bunch of stuff here. We did not confirm Clark. That's so interesting. We confirmed Danielle Franks. We confirmed Jane LaRue. We confirmed Kim LaRue. We don't have occupations for the daughters yet. I guess it's probably safe. These are young enough that we can do student K-12. Maybe get them locked in next time. I don't know if we have any photos of Kim LaRue yet. Oh, interesting that there's a potential alternate photo of Raina Roottrees. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. This is not him? I guess it's got to be that then. And that strongly suggests, well, we can't really put one in here because how have we not confirmed Clark yet? That's so odd. I guess he probably got rid of the music industry and went into something else. Oh, interesting. Hang on. So Guy Hudson was the third president for all of 4 years. Carl was the fifth president. Who was the fourth president? I probably have the answer to that somewhere. Oh, and now that he's confirmed, we can put his teenage picture in there. Where the heck is this? Oh, this is it. There we go. I'd bet it's that. It's either that or that. Actually, let's check and see. No, I'd go with that one. Okay. All right. I'll have to dig into Clark a little bit more. It's bothering me that I haven't figured out his most recent vocation when I've got so much other information about him. Oh well, that's okay. I think, guys, we are going to leave it here. I need to raid out. So thank you all so much for hanging out. I know it's been a very chill stream. I don't know about you guys. I've absolutely loved it. This game is great. Let's see who's online tonight. Looks like Hodon Kane is playing some Warframe. I'm a Ray of Flippin' Sunshine is playing some Sims Medieval. Here There Be Monsters is playing something called Vane. Simcopter is doing American Truck Simulator with holiday-themed trucks and trailers. And actually, now that I think about it, it's been quite a while since we rated Sim. Science Streams is... Oh, he's not doing a science and technology stream. He's doing Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Rule Storage is doing some vintage story. Paige the Witch is doing some Arc Raiders. Dr. Gluon is playing Tavern Keeper. And I think that's about it for this evening. If nobody... well, if anybody has any input, if you would like to direct the raid to a particular game or streamer from that list, you can feel free to let me know in chat. Otherwise, we will go with my own inclination, I think. I think I know where that's going to be. Yeah, I think we will go with Simcopter. He's got a very nice, relaxing, chill kind of vibe. So, coming off a stream like this one, I think that'll be a good place to go to. So let me just load up his channel here. And we are going to... Oh, he's just getting started too, so he'll be on for a long time. That is awesome. Alright, guys. Here is Simcopter's link. Here is the raid call. Here at the Library of Lore, we use shh, it's a library raid. You've been bookmarked with the heart emote, the wave emote, and the shh emote of the channel if you are a sub. If you're not a sub, you can use the Twitch raid and the Tomb Raid emote. In either case, sub or non-sub, please feel free to use any emote you feel is fun and appropriate for a raid. If you have emotes of your own, or maybe from another streamer, even from Twitch themselves, feel free to copy the raid message and arrange the emotes you want to use the way you want them to appear. It'll all be good in my book. So let's let's get over to Sim's channel, see what he's got going on over there, and I will be back, not tomorrow. I do not stream on Sundays, but I will be back on Monday, and I think there's a pretty darn good chance that we are going to carry on with some more of The Roottrees Are Dead, because I just had a really fantastic time. So, until then, have yourselves a wonderful rest of your night, day, evening, whatever it is where you are in the world, and I will catch you again very soon. Bye for now. Yep, that is totally a thing that works in real life, by the way. That's definitely a thing you can do without getting yourself murdered underneath a vehicle. Oop. Okay, well. So apparently standing on the back of his hand alone is enough to do it. Would not have guessed at that. Ah! You... What the... What? What is going on? What?
Taking a look.
Oh, is that a feather? What?